Hello, 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 hello. So, hey, today we doing some fossil week hunting indeed. As you know, it has started and stuff. That indeed. Hoping to be getting maybe few. Not expecting that it would be taking too long to be hitting the odds in Sword. But we'll see indeed. Okay, you've been very interesting lately, to say the least. By lately, I mean today. Indeed, everything is indeed very well prepared in there, indeed. I actually prepared in quite a good time ago for them, indeed. This is kind of the ones that you need to be doing quite a good amount of things in advance because you know you need to be getting them as off. It's not that bad indeed. The layout indeed. Since I was thinking that you don't need to really be seeing that much in the EEST, you will be seeing all the important things indeed. Yeah. So silver is not the most optimal because I'll be doing 5 at a time. It's optimal to be doing only 1 at a time. Because you know you need to be leaving the area and and stuff along those lines. Yeah, let's get the Aerodactyl there, yeah, the sword is gonna be sounding a little strange because the optimal way to be hunting is to be having sound effects off. So that will be, you know, wasting the least amount of time. Yeah, indeed, I'll be doing 25 at a time. Indeed on sword, and as I said, it's unoptimal to be doing 5 at a time in Soul Silver, but I'll be doing it anyways. Wanna nickname this dude? I could turn off the nicknaming thing on sword, but it's not that not that important, if you ask me. It's not ever gonna be the most optimal way that I'll be doing any hunt. I'll be double checking anyways, even though I'll be checking every single one of them. Be double checking if there's actually any shinies there, you know. Because it doesn't ever be hurting to be double checking indeed. But yep, we'll see how things are gonna be going indeed. I will say one thing that I don't really get it is that why in Soul Silver, for whatever reason, you need to be leaving the building in order to be getting the fossil checked. Because in some games you don't, in some games you do. And it's so inconsistent. I would have been wishing that Soul Silver would have been indeed indeed in the way that I wouldn't need to be leaving the place. Would be nice if, I don't know if I can be even getting rid of that sound effect. I don't think I can. There we go. Go the first 5 on Soul Silver then. Since I have everything there. Thankfully Aerodactyl should be nice and easy to be seeing, so I shouldn't be struggling. Like, is it shiny or not? Last time that I checked. And I'll be doing it that optimally that I have one already, like... I have one already ready to be... like, revived per reset in Soul Silver. But hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Nice and chill day yesterday, you know. It take a little bit longer than I would have been thinking to be getting the... I didn't want to a nickname. I hate that that's there. Yeah, it take a little bit longer than I thought to be making the layout and stuff, but I mean, it's looking nice. I don't know, it's worth it. Good thing is that I don't need to be paying like any attention to swords, so I can be just basically give all my attention to Soul Silver and its movements. Which technically would be better if I wouldn't be running all the time, but doesn't make that big of a difference, honestly. And as I said, I'll be double checking anyways. Do I get something in sword just in case? This doesn't really hurt that much. Also, the good thing is that, you know, I don't need to be really having any other things going on but like one Joy-Con. I will say that this is most likely gonna be hurting your hand after a while, but to be fair, what a mashing one doesn't really hurt your finger after a while. I've set it up so that I have 25 of the bird fossils, so once I run out of those, it should be stopping. So I will be quite free to be just spamming A. I mean, I need to be pressing B so I don't nickname them, but... There we go. Another check on Soul Silver. Honestly, I'm surprised that I've been able to, like, check 2 of them already. Yeah, I did try to be also making the layout in a way that, you know, can be seeing the nature there as well. Because usually, like, with any, like, thing that you will be receiving as a gift, you can be really doing a nature check for. Because, you know, it'll just be, you know, on the screen, because the only way to be checking if it's shiny is to be checking it there indeed. But yeah, indeed, I don't know how much exactly does it save time by, you know, putting up the sound effects to 0. I mean, like, after a certain amount of time it do be helping up. It do be indeed. But yeah, I will be happy, you know, with any amount of progress. Because, you know, first time doing it and such, so don't really be expecting to be finding that much. And as I said, I don't do things the most optimal way. Don't care. Don't care too much to be doing things optimally indeed. Would it be nice? Yeah, but it's fine. I mean to be going there. Yet at least. So I don't fully understand why I need to be saying like yes to like revive the old Amber. There we go, that's first check there done. I'm gonna go ahead and do. Yes, I wonder how many I have already. I did just reset, so I'm not expecting that much. I'm gonna check out. You know what I'm gonna be doing? Reset there first, and I'm gonna be double checking. This is only one more that I need to be getting. Which isn't too bad because I will be able to get about like if I do be getting 15 in a time that I get 25 on one game, it's not that bad at all. Move my mic a little. I hate that there needs to be the jingle because time and you know I can't really be turning it off on silver. Like you know settings didn't existed or something like that. I'm gonna put that quickly onto. I think I'm gonna put that to 25. Let's check out. I'm gonna check summary, even though I don't necessarily need to, but you know. I'm gonna be hearing the cry over and over again. Is that all of them? I mean, to be fair, I could be checking them like this as well if I would really like to, but it's just, you know, taking time. But I at least could be guaranteed that I've been checking everything. I could technically be putting something at the beginning of the box that would be marking it out, but I honestly can't be bothered. And now just resetting that game. That is unfortunately gonna be taking some time. Even without that message. And of course, you know, it's adding up to the time, but it's fine. And honestly, like, it doesn't make too much sense that, you know, you just exit out of the building for a second and, you know, the dude is ready. Good morning, EEST, how are you doing? I'm gonna double check, did I put it there? No, didn't. I know. I know there is. It is quite funny. It's not really, but it's the time that the fossil Pokemons are more there. But yeah, it is quite funny. I'm pretty sure though that Fossil Week was like not that much earlier, but like a little bit earlier released this year. I don't know if they'll try to be doing it at the same time or is it just a coincidence. But unfortunately, most likely fossil revives are forever gonna be the only way to be getting the Galar fossils. Because they are one of the only things for fossils that can be breeding. Also one of the only ones that don't have genders as well. Did I say no to it? Yes. But yeah, I'm fully expecting that these fossils are gonna be taking a while in Sword and Shield, because they are, of course, as every fossil reviving is, stuck to full odds. Which is quite strange, but I mean, I don't mind it, honestly, because these are very fast resets, in quotes. I'm nicknaming the dude a bunch of A's now. I wish I could be turning the and the dome fossil. I'm not gonna be doing a dome fossil, I don't have even room for it. So you can only be having 5 at a time. Otherwise your bag will be full. Are you gonna be doing bunch of things for the adventure week? Yeah. The only bad thing about, Adventure Week is that, schools are starting in here soon. Like, they are, like, starting, like, very soon indeed. Some next week, some a little bit later. It's about time that, summer vacation is over in here. Guess we have longer ones than somewhere else. Guess we don't have that many more other vacations over the year. Also, very fun and kind of annoying at the same time thing did happen. Was to try to be getting, all the fossil parts. Was that I was always be getting like the rare ones a bunch. And then I was like, yeah, I want the more common one, please. I think that's the last Aerodactyl. You're wrong though. No, it's not, it's one more. Please. There we go. Yeah. The Adventure Week is pretty cool as an idea for sure in Pokemon Go. It's just in general. Because some of the fossils are quite often, in eggs. So those ones don't really feel that special. There we go. It's the last one. Of these Aerodactyls. I will be saying that I will be surprised if I'm not gonna be asked one question. While I'm doing Sword and Shield fossil resets, and it's that someone is asking, am I using turbo controller? Nope. Don't even own one, and I don't think I ever will. Would it be easier? Definitely, but you know, don't really care. But yeah, back to the thing that I just don't get it why it needs to be asking, do I want to be reviving the old Amber? I kind of get it for the Galar fossils because you can be mix and matching a bunch of them. I get it for those, but you know, for everything else I don't really get it. Like, I'm specifically giving this item to you that I can literally be using for anything else. Why wouldn't I want you to be checking it out? There we go. How many I need to in there? One more. Gonna add those numbers up already. Can I get out? Just one over there. Let's check this out. Nothing there. Then let's check these dudes out. Should it be the last one? No, I did miscount there, but nothing there. Oh yeah, I'm just spamming A. It doesn't work because it's gonna be canceling things. Sadly. It is quite funny because the game that I would actually like to be putting like the nicknaming thing off, I can't. At least I'm pretty sure that you can be doing it in Soul Silver. Honestly, because yeah, I don't think so, because why wouldn't a bunch of people be doing it? Because there's so many, like the EV hunt, for example, is one of the ones that like for sure people would like to be turning them off if they could. And sure, I would like to be, you know, giving a dude a nickname that I don't even know if will I be keeping. Because it's worried I want to be keeping it there just in case that Like, you know, that would be kind of an easy way to be, like, having it at least on the screen for a little bit. Even though I'm pretty sure it would be still be saying that it was sent to boxes, but I'd rather be having it there anyways. I like to be turning it off for eggs, though. If I can't be remembering, then I can't be remembering to ever be turning it back on, though. You want to give you a nickname? Why? I didn't even press X. Sure. Indeed, I do be hoping that anyone that do be hunting for Fossil Week, you know, you'll be getting nice and lucky. Whatever you shall be hunting in what game. But if you're doing, you know, the Adventure Week, hopefully that goes nicely as well. No. Change of things a little bit. That's just slightly, so I have a little bit more room for my hand. So I'm pretty sure, like, I've done, like, everything that I know that I can be doing in order to be making the sword one as fast as possible, because the only thing that I know that you need to be putting to 0 is sound effects. It's the only one that people ever be talking about, indeed. I mean, I don't know if the music would ever even be doing anything. But I will say that it did sound a little strange when I was, you know, when I was doing the... like, I need to be doing trading in order to be getting, you know, the fossils into my game, so, you know, I don't need to be... at the first revival, I don't need to be... I don't need to be, you know, checking that it is added to the Pokédex. So, yeah. It's interesting to be doing that without sound effects, to say the least. Because it do be sounding a little strange. You know, the music is still there, but I just didn't know that so many of the sounds there were sound effects. Like, I was just kind of thinking that, not really that they were a part of the music, but I just didn't think that they were sound effects either, you know? Well, you know, it is what it is, of course. Just was surely interesting. I have revived an Aerodactyl. No way! Oh, there we go. One second on there. But yeah, as I have said before, that I don't know for sure how many I'll be hunting this week. And how many in what game. Because Sword and Shield I could be doing more than like one of them. Because it's pretty mindless. I will say though that, you know, as I said, it do be hurting your finger after a while. But, you know, as I said, it is just a thing. It's mashing one button, basically. Could I be pressing another button? Yes, but at the same time, not really. Doesn't really make that much of a difference. It's still gonna be hurting. The only way to be getting them is the only way to be getting them indeed. I will also say that I still kind of do be hating the thing that indeed in Soul Silver. Because it's another thing that it's kind of a thing and like it's a thing in one game and then it's another thing in another game. You know, be able to be getting things even if you would be having, you know, a full party. In Soul Silver it's impossible. In some games, some situations you can be getting things when you have a full party. It's a hassle to say the least. It do be. I don't understand why they couldn't be like consistent with it, like stick with one way. Stick with one way indeed. But imagine games being easy to be playing. And there we go. One or two more to go. Oh, this is the last one, nice. But it isn't too bad because it seems like I could be getting a little bit over 100 done in an hour in Sword. It's not bad at all. Add those both up. Not move, check summary. Should be it then. Yeah. But the thing is, though, that if I do be feeling like it, then, then I'll be going ahead and doing the thing called, be moving just to be doing one Aerodactyl check. But, as I said, I'd rather be doing more than one per reset. I mean, I know it would be faster if I wouldn't be doing things like this, but, why do still be doing things optimally? But if I really want to, then, it's not that big of a deal. Press B. I will say that I'll be very happy if I can be finding something in Soul Silver. Okay, it will be the Aerodactyl, because it's not like I will be switching my target, because, the reason why I go with Aerodactyl anyways is because it's literally the thing is that it's the first option. I was just gonna be going with the first option, because then, I'll be making it easier for myself, so I can be just smashing a... in Sword and Shield both, because I want to be doing as optimally as possible. I would like to say like 6 hours. And that's including the training to be getting them into one game. Which took like 2 hours of training. Would have been taking you longer if I wouldn't have been already be having so many watts. In Soul Silver it was maybe like 2 hours max. Because they're pretty common, and if you don't get anything, you can just be doing an easy reset. But yeah, this is one of those hunts that the preparation definitely takes longer than the actual hunt. Like, the trading wouldn't be too bad if you wouldn't be needed to be doing 2 per one. Honestly, if you would only need to be trading like one of them, it wouldn't be that bad. But yeah, it really depends how many you want to be getting. Like, if you want to be doing only 5 per reset, I don't think that it's gonna be taking that long, but since I want to be doing 50, and I want to be preparing so I can be doing every single one, 25, so I have at least 50 of each. That's why it did take so long, but if you only are gonna be preparing for one, I don't think that it would be taking that long. I was just thinking that since I'm preparing for it, I might as well be, just getting all of them at once, so, I don't need to be wasting time another day. The only annoying thing is that you need to be catching Pokemons in order to be, putting them as held items if you only want to be doing one at a time, which I would be recommending. Because then you can be... Then you can be doing... like one at a time, and then you don't need to be wasting some of them. Yeah, I know. But... I think that is a little too much. Yeah, I know. because the thing is that I personally don't want to be doing that many per reset because, you know, that would be so much time that I need to be, like, doing more. It's too much. So 25 is pretty good to me. Some people do like a full box, which I would have been fine with, but I just honestly couldn't be bothered. Oh, some actually gave it the fossil. Yeah. Any fossil revive has never been affected by charm. If you can be fighting fossils in another way, then, you know, then it's affected by charm, depending on do you have it, of course. But Galar fossils specifically right now, they are impossible to be getting any other way. Because they are gift Pokemon, so as it is with any gift Pokemon, they are not affected by charm. Nicely, they at least can be shiny, because otherwise, if they wouldn't be available as shiny from these, they would be literally impossible to be getting shinies. But yeah, of course you can be doing as little as you want, but I mean, I would be recommending to be doing at least like 20 at a time for Galar fossils, because you have to reset. And you know, I don't think that it's worth to be doing one at a time. Just remember that if you ever want to be doing the Galar fossils, turn your sound effects off, indeed. I think that I'll probably be saying a bunch. Because if you turn your sound effects off, it's gonna be faster. Because there is not like one jingle will be like completely be removed. It isn't like that long, but if you're doing like hours upon hours, you know, it adds up, of course. out of fossils. And also the thing is as well, even if you would be getting millions upon millions of like fossil parts, you only need to really be caring about encodes, what I like to call the head parts. Like if you, like in the case that I have like the other like leg fossil myself, it doesn't count. If you don't have any overhead pieces, you can't be doing anything. Didn't even mean to talk to you. I will still say though that the menuing sounds so strange without hearing any sounds. That's the only like downpour part in quotes, is that the menuing just sounds so strange. I cancelled it again. Yeah, the thing is, I will be always be saying that I don't personally mind that some things are not affected by charm. But at the same time, I can understand people's frustration when, you know, something isn't affected by the charm. That doesn't make too much sense. As I said, fossils I can understand because fossils have never been affected by charm. Like, not like since like Shining Charm has been introduced. Like, literally never they have been affected by charm, so I find that to be fine. But I don't fully understand why the Reggies need to be like that, but... And again, to be fair, there's quite a good amount of things in Scarlet and Violet that aren't affected by charm. Oh, come on. I was like, I hate that I'm pressing B more in, you know, so Silver's still like going to the nickname thing. I don't want to be like, paying that close attention to it. In the movement down even and stuff. I will say also, as much as I do be liking that all the Galar fossils do featuring like grayscale, I would be wishing that every single one of them would be having like a unique accent color. Like, that's my only thing, that I would be just wishing that all of them would be having a unique accent color indeed. Also, I suppose, fun fact, even though, you know, Sword and Shield has been out for ages, a lot of fossils are like the only ones that of the fossils that aren't rock type. They're literally the only ones that are not rock type. Oh, I better be getting a Caputo there. Which is fair enough, like, I think that people are complaining about that, you know, all the fossils are, you know, rock type when they don't really need to be. Not every single one of them really scream like that, you know. Like Anerith, for example, for me is one of the fossils that it's for me stretched that it's rock type. I can't really be seeing it myself. Yep. Oh, already almost be doing this for an hour or so. See you soon. Having a break indeed then. Probably gonna be doing one more check for the Aerodactyls. I don't think that I can be doing it in Sword for Dragosold. The only problem also is that Galar fossils are one of the only fossils as well that I don't really like any of them. Like, none of them really stand out to me. One more. I was kind of thinking that I'm gonna be starting with kind of my least favorite, which is Dragosold. Because I think Arctosold is maybe my favorite of all of them. I don't really know, they're fine. Don't really speak to me. They don't really speak to me indeed. Eh. Check out the Aerodactyls then. Like, I like the idea behind Galar fossils, but I just don't like them. It could be partially because they are kind of annoying to be getting out of all the fossils. Like, they require quite a good amount of things that other fossils are not. Like, honestly, I don't really mind, like, digging in, like, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl for the fossils as well. I would be saying though, like, one thing that I will be probably forever be afraid of is that that I'll be saving accidentally while I'm reviving fossils. Thankfully, it's the case that in, like, Pokemon games that, you know, it's asking, do you want to be saving? So it's not that likely, you know, because of that. It would need to be going to 2 menus like that, so unlikely. But possible, of course. Possible indeed. It's gonna be cutting it quite close. Can I be getting these sets done? But I don't think that I can. Oh, got it done there, so... If that's the last Aerodactyl I can be double checking. Do just barely these checks. But I don't think that I did see anything, but I'm gonna double check indeed. These are the last ones before we do be doing after, like, for the break indeed. Making sure that I did. Yep. I'm gonna boot up the games. Not gonna be doing any more. But not too bad. Like, in general, though. Not too bad at all. I could technically be getting the Aerodactyls there if I really wanted to, because, you know, can't really see if they're shiny or not before checking their summary, but I'm fine. I was thinking like 1,000 would be nice to be hitting today, but I don't think it's possible. And it's not like I can be any faster anyways. $500 should at least be possible, but you know, we don't get done what we get done. You know, we pick it up tomorrow indeed. Mm-hmm. Let's continue then. One thing that do be kind of crazy though is that there's been a lot of people that have kind of stopped doing like videos on YouTube, and like now seems to be the time that they are up. There was one dude that, you know, did upload semi-frequently like 5 years ago, and now it seems like there is 2 videos per day coming up. And I just find it a little crazy. Because like you didn't do anything for so long and now all of a sudden you are back up. I mean, I understand, you know, people have time in other times in their lives, but it's just interesting. I will say though, one kind of video I personally will never be understanding is people making that I have been doing YouTube for this and this amount of time and I'm getting tired. Because for me it just makes sense that it would be taking like getting tired after a while. So I just don't see the idea behind them, but I mean, I understand that, you know, it's a nice way to be, of course, you know, telling everyone that, you know, how things are, but at the same time, I don't find it too necessary. Because I just am like, yeah, things change. It is sad to be seeing people be gone, for sure, but, you know, it is just how life goes. I will say though that one thing that I'm quite thankful for though is that even though, you know, do be for watching shorts, reels, whatever things they do be in whatever platform. Don't really understand why they need to be called a different thing in every platform. But anyways, that I'm glad that I haven't been getting like too much of like content that is literally meant for like little kids that don't really understand what's going on. I think only like today was the first day that I actually did see like a short like that indeed. That was like, you know, I know that it's literally meant for kids because it's like it was like subscribe to be helping this dude. And you know, an adult would be understanding that what they want from it. And don't do it. Because I don't know, like, I know that there's a bunch of things that, you know, are in, you know, social media that I thankfully can be somehow be avoiding. Which is nice. It could be because I don't use TikTok. And it's the place that usually everything starts in and might be only place that things are going in. But yeah, I don't use it. I'd rather be watching the same thing in other places. That is, you know, not necessarily a better quality, but you know. I feel like not too many people are gonna be uploading more questionable content to you, like YouTube. Let's see, is it gonna be getting banned or not this time around? I mean, honestly, I will say that I don't care. It could be gone and it wouldn't be making a difference to my life. Honestly, I would kind of be hoping that it would be gone because I don't know, it's just useless. As it is, it's the case, to be fair, in my opinion, in most of like social media, that I feel like it just doesn't make sense to be having every single one of them. Even though I should be the type of person that has every single kind of social media, but I no. I can't be bothered and honestly don't care. Be way too much to me. Is this the last one I have been missing out on things? So this might not be the last one. Nope. Missing two still. It's gonna double check. No. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't know, I used to be using, like, when I was a kid, I used to be using social media quite a bit, but then again, I was kind of in a group that, you know, internet still was a relatively new thing. So... there is that indeed. Internet was still a relatively new thing indeed, so... it was kind of a thing that everyone used it, no matter what. And then, like, after like a year or two, some people that didn't care at all just stopped. You for wanting to be accepting my A-press. Didn't check one of them, but I will be checking it this way then. But then again, as it is with anything and everything, each to their own. Each their own indeed. Oh yeah, I forgot to add these. I feel like one thing though when it comes to any type of social media is that people tend to be forgetting that, you know, you can put whatever into social media and it could be the furthest from the truth. I've talked about it before that in my opinion social media has been making one thing definitely a lot worse, and it's like comparing yourself to others. It's not, of course, with everyone, but you know, I feel like it's a lot worse because, you know, as I said, anyone can be putting anything to social media, and you know, it can be furthest from the truth. You can be saying that, you know, you'll be very happy and everything, and it, like, you know. Will be the thing indeed. I will say though that one thing I do be hating on social media though is well, POVs in general, but you know, they're the easiest thing to be making, I suppose. But especially on POVs on like you have ADHD. I understand that, you know, it's a thing, but at the same time I don't always trust that, you know, people have it. And the thing is as well with anything that, you know, different people do be having different kinds of things going on. So it always annoys me. Because, you know, is it this with anything that... no, most things indeed that people do be having personal things. Not everyone works the same indeed. And as I said, that's kind of one of those things that... I hate for the reason that, you know, it's just, you know, making assumptions on things. And I hate it. Kind of like, you know, orange cats are always wild and whatever. Annoys me. But then again, it is what it is. It has always been the case, and you know, will most likely be always be the case indeed. As I said, it's just the thing that social media definitely do be making it even more clearer. Also, going definitely into a completely different topic. I have never realized that the dude that does revive your fossils has different shoes. But it's so fitting. You know, since the Galar fossils are a mix and match. To be fair, I don't be looking that closely to most of the characters anyways, so where do that be? Also, speaking of the Galar fossils, that I know that bunch of people, when it comes down to them, they only hunt like one or two of them. Which, you know, fair enough. I'm thinking that most people do be hoping that there would be a better way to be hunting them. But thankfully, any other fossil you can be hunting in other ways. Only two of them that you can be getting in Sword and Shield indeed. As far as I'm aware. And they are indeed, I've talked about that they are, you know, the Gen 4 fossils indeed. Everything else is there. Also, I will be saying another thing that I've talked about a bunch is that I don't understand why people are saying that the Paradox Pokemon are fossil Pokemon. It just doesn't make sense to me. Because in my eyes, they're two like completely different things. Because, you know, mostly for fossils, you don't see, like, them be changing at all. And, you know, roaming around looking differently in the wild. But with, like, Paradox Pokemons, you do be seeing them looking different, like Donphan, for example. It has both future and a past Paradox form. So it's just kind of thinking that they have evolved like that over time. So, like, it's a different thing. Because, you know, they don't... Like, if they would be fossil Pokemon, they wouldn't be called Paradox Pokemons. I understand that that is indeed the closest thing that we have in Scarlet and Violet for fossils, but not every generation did introduce, anyways, new fossils, so it's nothing new. Oh, there we go. Still one or two more Aerodactyls to go, or was that the last one? One more. Okay. But yeah, I think for me personally, the game that I would be disliking hunting fossils the most would be in Let's Go. Because I feel like the collection part for them is the worst in those games. And everything else as well. For me, they feel like they are the worst indeed. No, I want to be checking these. Sunherd. Also, I don't know why, but I also find it quite interesting that the Galar fossils, when you revive them, they are at level 10. And it just seems like such a strange level. Like, level 1 would be understandable. Quite often the case is that, you know, it is level 5, I feel like. Some older, like, gift Pokemons might be like 20, 25 though, so... You'll be finding it a little bit strange. Like, why 10 specifically? But fossils will probably never be escaping one annoying thing. And that is that it is definitely one of the most annoying Pokemons to be getting in a point that you get them. Because I feel like in any situation, the fossils are so ridiculously low level. So annoying. I feel like the only game that it isn't that annoying is in the Shino games. I feel like those are one of the only ones that it isn't as annoying. Just because of the fact that you get access to them pretty early on. The fossils, and then you know the revival place also is like so early on. It's still, you know, grinding. For sure. It do be still be grinding, like, that is indeed a thing that it is kind of hard to be getting away from, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad indeed. I'm gonna, honestly, I would be paying extra if I could be having Pokemon in higher level, you know? No, it's Stone Fossil time, so no. Nope. Is it that game soon, most likely? Because yeah, indeed in the Soul Silver they are level 20. But then again, as I said, it's quite usual for old games that the level that you receive, like gift Pokemon and such, it's level 20 or 25. There's only one exception that has been done, and it's to be doing with the in-game trade Pokemons. You know, they can be sometimes matching your level, sometimes they have a set level. So you could technically be getting... you know, a in-game trade Pokemon that is level 100. You could. Who would be doing that? Most likely no one, but at the same time it can be resulting into quite an interesting situations. Because you can be getting, you know, Pokemons that are like level 1. That could normally be. Because they need to be evolving at a certain level, or for example. But it's interesting. One of the only ways to be seeing like certain Pokemons that low. And like it's kind of interesting to be seeing, even though, you know, you have the, like, nowadays you have the in-game data for what is the you know, What is the thing called? Like movesets for certain Pokemons? We're getting that indeed, but again, you know, back in the day it could have been quite interesting. Because I will say that even though, like, I have done some of the in-game traits in older Pokemon games, I have never really looked at it, that they are the same level. Because it kind of makes sense that they would be. So that's another dome fossil. Because I've never really looked at them that way, indeed. Because it's just, you know, it is what it is. I was kind of always thinking that they have, like, set level that they have been stuck with, which is, like, true nowadays, for sure. Like, no matter, like, what level Pokemon you'll be giving, it's always gonna be, like, certain level. What do you get yourself? But it has not always been the case, indeed. Also, another kind of weird thing that it is the case in older Pokemon games is that why is Pokemon's name like all caps? Or like names in general. Like, I get it that they, you know, stand out when they are like that indeed. But at the same time though, why? It kind of like weirdly made sense on like Gen 1, maybe Gen 2, but after that it was like, why? As I said, it do be standing out a bunch. I do be saying that I personally rather be having the Pokemon's name in a different like color than it to be all caps. Because for me, that is a way that, you know, you'll be grabbing my attention better. You know, things that are standing out in the text because they are, you know, in a different color. Like, let's say that it would be on red instead of its usual, like, gray-ish. And I was about to say that we're soon probably gonna be done with those. Oh, it's also just on there. Nice. Check it out. See. Spark camera. I would say that one thing I would be quite interested in experiencing myself at some point is like going into like a museum that would be having fossils of sorts. Because I don't think that I have ever been in a museum like that. I mean, maybe like I've been in museums and then there's like one or two of them, but like, you know, specifically go into a museum that would be having them. Because I don't think that I have. Already done fossil time there, cheats. Because it is kind of an interesting thing for sure. The problem is that unfortunately there really isn't like too many places like that in here. It's a bunch of like interesting museums that I definitely would like to be going into. That aren't for like some make sense that they aren't really a thing in here, but some are like a thing that like why aren't they actually a thing in here? Like if I remember correctly, we at least at some point we did kind of have like a train museum in here. But it was like more of like there is trains like that are all that you can be going ahead and watching. Unlike an actual rail, like a railroad indeed. It wasn't really, you know, explaining anything. I don't know if it's a thing anymore. But when we were visiting somewhere, we did go into a museum like that. And the funny thing was that it's kind of a situation for us that we always seem to be going to traveling into places when there is like special days, so, you know, things are free because of that. It was one of those situations that we could be getting indeed for free somewhere. I don't remember what day it was, but it was some like special day, so things were free, so we'll go ahead and watch that. It's like both like a train museum, like in like an underground one, both at the same time. So surely was interesting. It didn't have the best explanations for things, but you know, at least there was some. I will say though, personally, to me, apart from like, you know, wasting time, I don't really understand going too many times into the same museum. But you know, one of those situations, as it is with anything, but each to their own indeed. It's just, I don't know, if the place doesn't like at least have a little bit of a different display things going about, I don't think that I would be caring too much to be going there again. It's like some situations where I would be fine going to a place more than once, even though they don't really change anything. And they are like aquariums or zoos. Because they are always like their own thing. Like there most likely is always something that you weren't really expecting there. Like, at least those change, but like, I don't think that I could personally be going into the same art museum if it doesn't change. Hunting goes quite okay. Been able to get decent amount of done. Bunch of smashing buttons for sure. How are you doing yourself, Chicken Warrior? Hopefully you're having a good day. I mean, at least you know that they isn't starting that badly. Another kind of museum that I would personally like to be going into one day that I have kind of visited in here is like a space themed one. I kind of visited one, but it was like 15 years ago at this point. It was a long time ago since we did go there. We go, we're done with those fossils there. And it wasn't the best anyways, it was like not really like space related specifically. Yeah, it was like kind of like science museum in general, that place. So it wasn't like specifically for a space. And we did go there with school indeed, so was pretty limiting, and also the place was relatively new at the time. And we didn't have it that much time to be spending there anyways, because, you know, it was like 2-hour drive there, and then, you know, back to school. And we were also like visiting another place. So, you know, we didn't have that much time to be spending there. It was still pretty nice though. It's just it's kind of interesting that I don't understand really why museums in here are so rare. I mean, I get it that, you know, there isn't, like, I suppose, that many interesting things happening in here. And in here it seems like more like popular is the kinds of places that it was like someone's like home that they lived in. Like those kinds of places, they're not literally everywhere, but they can be found quite often. I haven't personally been into any of them, even though there is literally one like 5-minute walk away from here. I haven't been too interested in that, but surely interesting. And there is kind of a museum that is now a hotel as well, because it was a place where they, I don't remember the English name for them, but where they did make like the instruments that are usually used in church, the kind of like large pianos, you know. And it is nowadays a hotel, but it's at the same time kind of a museum as well. Because, you know, you can be seeing how things were run back in the day. I haven't been there myself, but from what I have heard, it's pretty nice place. So I'm done with Aerodactyls again. Nice. But yeah, it's apparently a very nice place to be in indeed. Then again, to be fair, would there be any reason for me to be in a hotel that is literally like 20 minutes walk away from home? No. So I doubt that I will ever be using it. I'm pretty sure that at least, like, not all the time, but sometimes in a year you can actually be going ahead and, like, seeing what's going on over there. So that's nice. One thing I will say that I kind of find weird, that, even as I said, that there really isn't that many museums in here in general, like in the whole country. But then for whatever reason, there's like 2 car museums were like almost right next to each other. Like pretty close where I live. And I find it so odd. I haven't been into them. I've been only to one of them. I just know that they both exist. I'm pretty sure the other one is supposed to be like old American cars, and the other one is supposed to be more of like anywhere else cars. I'm pretty sure that that is supposed to be their difference. I could be wrong though, because I haven't been into both of them. And I don't even know if the other one can be really called a car museum, because there's like maybe 4 cars there. To be fair, it is, you know, a thing in here that, you know, you can be having a museum car yourself. You just have a certain distance that you can be traveling per year. And there's quite a good amount of other restrictions. So, you know, they could have been just out at the time. Because I think we did go there when it was summer, so, you know, one of the only times that you can actually be driving the museum cars. Because it's still indeed a thing in here that if your car is like 25 or 20 years old, you can be putting it under a museum car, or at least like try to. And then, you know, if it qualifies, then it qualifies, then you need to be paying less for it, but you can be also using less of it. You can only use it a certain amount of time. Per year, you can only be using it for certain weathers, because it needs to be kept well. Yeah. I mean, I don't really know if I ever would like to be putting a car, even though it could be classified as a museum car, like under the museum car. Because, you know, I'd rather be having a car that I can be driving than to be having a car that is there. But it's definitely a way to be making the older, usually very expensive cars to be cheaper. So I'm gonna again try to be squishing in these checks, but we're closing in soon for an ad break indeed. So if it can be done, then it's quite quickly done. After the break is over, indeed. There we go. That's done. I'm gonna be, of course, double checking. I think I might be again having just enough time to be checking these both. I'm gonna double check these, but yeah, no more checks, so I'm gonna be waiting until the break is over, indeed. Just double checking these dudes. Should be all checked. Oh, I didn't check one of them. Nope. Gonna boot up the games, but indeed, I'm gonna continue after the break is over. So gonna be adding those up as well. getting going soon. And indeed. There we go. I will say, though, in my opinion, it is kind of a missed opportunity. That I think that, you know, when you're like near this dude that do be reviving the fossils, I think there should be special music. I guess the music that is playing is kind of boring. It's, you know, just a usual one indeed. You know, kind of plays out in like wild areas and whatnots. It is kind of like disappointing in that they are taking the parts and gluing them together in Sword and Shield. Basically. In any other game where there is no two parts for fossil, it's just they are reviving somehow with their fancy technology Pokemons. Don't know how they can be doing it. That would be pretty interesting. But yeah, the thing indeed with Galar fossils, even though it's very well known thing that they are basically just two pieces pieced together incorrectly. But yeah, fun fact, indeed, the Aerodactyl is kind of the, like, in its own way, it's another one of, like, odd ones out when it comes down to fossil Pokemons, because usually for everything, it's, like, something and fossil or fossil something. But Aerodactyl is revived from an old amber. It do be. It most definitely doesn't have anything to do with, you know, the first thing that was discovered in our own world. Couldn't be. And for whatever reason, old amber, if you're reviving things, is always the first option. Probably because the amber, but it's kind of strange. Now I have one Aerodactyl that is just named A because I nicknamed it a bunch of ways. Cool. Thankfully I can be renaming things. If it would have been shiny, you know. But yeah, fossils are one of the things that it is kind of explained how they work, but kind of not. Like how they actually work. Yeah. Isn't that a bunch of things in real life though? That should we be doing things? I think there is a bunch of things that we shouldn't have been doing, but we did do them anyways. It is kind of a thing though that I don't really know because, you know, there is always a possibility that I could be hunting almost every single fossil in Sword and Shield. There isn't like but only one version exclusive. Thankfully. I could be hunting them in other games as well, but it's kind of tempting. Not having all of them in one game. The only annoying one that is going to be for sure is Lilleep. It's still gonna be the only annoying one of the fossils to be going for. Because it's the only one that requires fishing. It kind of makes it annoying in that way. Everything else you can be random encountering for, and some you can be finding in Dynamax Adventures even. The only Pokemon that you need to be going for twice in the wild is Arcan, if you don't want to be doing eggs, that is. Not that much behind. Interesting. But yeah, isn't that bad though. Definitely fully, if wanted, then it can be done. But I still hope that the fossils in Legends ZA is that they are gonna be handled better than they were in Arceus. I really hope. As I said, I really want to be using Omora or Horus on my team. I really want to be using them. But if they're not gonna be available easily, then it will be kind of difficult. Double check these then. Because if the fossils are gonna be the same as in Legends CA, then no. Because it was kind of a thing that I was kind of thinking that are they even in the game because they were space-time distortion exclusives. There was the funny statues for them for sure. Which was kind of disappointing that there was like statues like that, but then they weren't available in the wild. And weren't really statues, but you know, you could be seeing them inside walls. But yeah, hopefully, I can hope. And also the thing is as well, like, why couldn't the fossils for Indeed Legends Arceus be in every single area in space-time distortions? Like, why couldn't they be in every area? Why they need to be only in one area? Because I wouldn't necessarily mind it myself if they would have been in every area. But it is definitely gonna be interesting to be seeing what they are gonna be doing with remakes going forward. Are they gonna be keeping stuck doing the same thing as they did do in PDSP, that they did have the fossil reviving process there? Or would they be like nice and like different and they will be having them in the wild instead? In the small like area? I would be, of course, be preferring if they would be like available in the wild, because every Pokemon that is available in the wild is cooler to me. Like, it's fine if it can, but it's just cooler if you can be like seeing it running about, indeed. That's why I said billions and billions of times, I absolutely love that you can be seeing like so many fossils in the wild indeed in Sword and Shield. It's so nice. It doesn't make the most amount of sense, but I don't care. And for me, it just makes sense that like fossils are available in an area that is relatively cold anyways. Because I'm most of the time thinking that, you know, fossils are like stuck in the ice. Because some like old video games, they used to be making like if there was like an old animal for whatever reason in the games, it was always like encased in ice. I don't know why. And how it makes sense that it can be surviving. But they surely can. Like of course like if you're like making like the video game has the same like kind of like time thing as real life does, it makes sense why like old animals would be in like ice cubes and whatever. And it's kind of interesting how well things can be surviving if they are in ice. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. I will say though one thing that isn't lasting in a freezing temperatures is food. Like surely like if you can be doing it in correct ways, it definitely can be lasting quite some time. But I'm kind of doubting that too many people know how to be doing it and can be doing it. Like the problem is more that can you be doing it than do you know how to be doing it. Because like yeah, surely if you can be getting like certain like conditions to be working, you know, foods can be surviving quite a long time. Foods, yeah, I suppose. It can be surviving quite a long time indeed in freezing temperatures indeed, but it just really depends. It just really depends indeed. Can you be making it happening? It's just, it's honestly like there's so many things when it comes to like keeping food to be as fresh as possible that can be going wrong, that it's kind of insane how like companies can be keeping it going. I know that some companies don't do the best of jobs ever, and you know, most of the time, even though something is always in the freezing temperatures, it's almost always gonna be at some point be a little defrosted. Like that just happens, like they can just be keeping it. Because, you know, things happen. Of course, you know, the more you can be keeping, the better. Things happen. Because my mom used to be having a friend that they'd like drive trucks that were like filled up with, you know, foods that were meant for freezers. And he was like, yeah, it happens. Especially if the trucks that, you know, we like to be using in here are quite old, as it is with any kind of car. And, you know, everything do be quite old, so there do that be indeed as well. Oh. No, things don't really be surviving that much. I also need to be fucking the 3DS in soon. It's being me dangerous. Red lights. Don't you? Oh. Hopefully it works. Just need to plug it in the wall. Yeah, it works. It's always a little bit of a question when there's rubber band there. Maybe getting in there. Add those. Reset that. Go these. Just to be sure. That's all. Nice. Guess who was almost spamming A again and would be canceling. Happens. It's a little bit better. It doesn't need to be, of course, perfect. Because nothing ever is. Indeed, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. But always remember, progress is progress, and do be taking breaks if it is indeed necessary. Doing that indeed. Extra good indeed, and necessary every once in a while indeed. I will say though, probably one thing that I do be forgetting to be doing after I'm done with the fossil hunts is that I probably will be forgetting to be turning on the autosave, even though it isn't too necessary by any means. I just like to be having it on anyways. Thankfully, it indeed in this game can't really be messing up anything if you have autosave on. Scarlet and Violet can be. And some other games as well. There's a certain game that you could be soft locking yourself in. It's hard, but it can be done. Oh, I'm already done there. Nice. What do you... Indeed. Happens. Indeed. But yeah, I don't know if there is anything after the Fossil Week that I'll be doing like that much. There's only like very few like in quotes community events that I'm personally interested in. Safari Week and Fossil Week are one of them indeed. Rumble Weekend I wouldn't mind to be doing, but don't really have anything that I can be doing it in. Easily at least. The only problem really is the streaming aspect of it, but because you know it's not the easiest thing to be streaming, not Switch but a Wii. It's definitely not the hardest either. I know that there is some other consoles that are even more pain. There's definitely more ones that are indeed a pain, indeed. So my predictions overall is that at least one of the fossil hunts will be going over odds. Like, it's so unlikely. Will it be the first one, will it be the last one, or will it be someone in between? It's a different question. The odds are what is the full odds for the game. There is no way to be changing that. So 1 in 4k for Sword and Shield and 1 in 8k for, well, in 1 in 8k games. Yeah, there is absolutely no way to be increasing the odds for the Galar fossils. Any other fossil Pokemon you can be doing it for, but Galar fossils are the only ones that you can be doing for them indeed. Due to the fact that they are indeed incapable of breeding. And they are not found anywhere else. But if you would be going for any of the fossils in the wild, that you know, they do be counting the same way. In quotes, to this event indeed. That they are affected by charm if you have them in Sword and Shield. It is indeed the case that no matter what game you're in, fossil revives are not affected by the charm. They will always be full odds. So if you want to be... It's like indeed some things that if you want to be doing like a full shiny living dex, that some things are gonna be full odds. Some things are impossible. As well, if you don't use like shiny lock removals. But there is quite a good amount of them that are stuck at full odds indeed. At least for now, depending on when Pokemon Go is gonna be adding other things. Mainly like mythicals. I'm not really counting if it's guaranteed. Because usually in Pokemon Go they are paid, so they don't count. I don't think that there is a game that you could be playing in and get everything in that the game has available as shiny. Like I think for every game there is at least one that is full odds. Is it legendaries or something like that that are not affected by charm? Or is it something else? I don't think that you can be going through a game that wouldn't be like that. There do be some games that do be getting close. Oh yeah. Done there. These legends are cute, but I suppose Legends Arceus is one of the only ones that is like that, but it's in a special case because, you know, it's its own standalone game. Instead of requiring at least a little bit of other games. Am I missing something? Because every single, you know, story-related one, they are locked, of course, because, you know, why wouldn't they be? Because in the Alola games, there is like something like Poipole, for example, that is always full odds. No matter what. It's like always something that you can be getting. I'm trying to be thinking, is there anything on Chen 6 Kalos game specifically that would be like that? Because I'm pretty sure that because you can be hunting the Latias apparently in, at least some people say that in Ores. And I would like to say that that would be full odds. Because I doubt that you would be able to get a shiny charm at that point. I could be wrong, but I don't know. It do be an old game, so it can be hard, you know? I was also kind of thinking, is there anything in black and white shoe? Because then again, it's kind of a thing that, like, there is the legendaries, of course, but technically you can be getting a shiny charm in those games. It's just, like, who has time? And money for that? But technically there is, it's just like, it's kind of universally agreed upon that it's kind of hard to be getting, like, in Gen 5 shiny charm. Because it requires you to be having, you know, at least 2 systems. Because you need to be doing trading, you need to be having older games and stuff. Is there anything? I don't know. It could be again like one weird one that, you know, is not caring for things. I would be saying fossils, but you know, you can be breeding those fossils, I'm quite certain. I mean, most people do be tending to be doing fossils, to be fair, with the with reviving, but for most of them you can be breeding. Like, you could be saying starters in X and Y, but the problem is that you can't be breeding them, though. I mean, I suppose there's always, I mean, you can be getting shiny charm, but one is that is always, there's always one Pokemon, it seems like, in, apart from like very few games, that is always gonna be a random encounter hunch. Apart from legendaries. And it's a Ditto. It's kind of hard to be breeding for one, you know. Always one random one in every game. So, yeah, there's at least, the thing is that there's at least guarantee that there's not gonna be one that you have to be doing through random encounters. And it's Ditto. I don't know if every game has a full odds required one. Because the thing is that as well, that are you... Like in the sense that I'm usually thinking that you only have like one per on one of the games. Like surely like Masuda you can be doing anyways. But you know, it can be your friend or whatever, but then again, like, are you gonna be going ahead and trading for like bunch of different Pokemons? To be getting a shiny charm in a point that you could be getting it at first? Just how many people can be bothered with that? Because I will say that for me it's always, forever will be the case that I rather be doing like catching everything in the wild that I can than to be trading. Because I just find trading so boring. I mean, sure, could you be using, in some situations, could you be using like home or bank? Yeah. But it's not always an option. It's not always an option indeed. I'm kind of curious about like checking it out. Not now, but later, like the case indeed. I will still say that one thing that I'm like so positively surprised is that how fast is the like reviving thing going. Honestly. Like even if I couldn't be getting like 125B done in Sword, like I was thinking like 100 anyways. They are fast, but at the same time, you know. You can only be speeding usually things up to a certain point. When it comes down to anything, honestly. I haven't really been seeing too many situations where you could be increasing things too much, you know. Like even, you know, people that do be doing speedruns and stuff. They can only be going so fast, you know? Because at a certain point, it's just impossible to be going any faster. Because the game is limiting your options. I will still say though, when it comes down to fossils though, that in my opinion there could have been like, you know, the fossils for like other than the Galar fossils in Sword and Shield. Is that one or two there? Only one, okay, nice. But yeah. They honestly could have been appearing, even if they would have been just, I don't know, just something on the walls. Like, you'd be collecting and it would be like a collectible thing. I would have been fine with that myself. Just, you know, it's just such a shame that they are gone. Took the Aerodactyls then. Because I will say that the fossils in Pokemon games, they do be looking quite cool, so I wouldn't mind if they could be like a collectible thing that you could be putting into your room or something like that. I mean, would you ever be seeing them? Most likely not, but I mean, I wouldn't be hurting, you know? Yep. But yeah, I was kind of thinking that, like, is there a Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet that isn't affected by the charm? Because I was thinking of, you know, the Terra Pokemons, Spiritomb, but you can egg them. But I suppose there is one kind of. It's kind of in a gray area because it's not available all the time, and it's Gimme Goal. Because it's not affected by charm, it's actually a little bit higher than, you know, full odds. It's not by that much. Like, actually, it isn't by that much at all, so it doesn't make a difference. But yeah, I suppose that would be the only one indeed that would be full odds. I mean, there is, of course, like, if you want to be getting Pokemons in specific ways, like, let's say that you want to be getting Spiritomb in the wild, for example, then it would be always full odds in Scarlet and Violet. Because it do be, you know, the daily spawning Pokemons and they are full odds, same with the Terra Pokemons indeed. So yeah. Would that be indeed? on with that patch. I think this... like, I can be getting like these ones done for sure now. But if I could, it would be kind of cool. Doubted highly that I could be getting these sets done indeed. I don't know, did I put any puzzles there to be restoring even? Probably didn't. Wouldn't be the first time and definitely not the last time either. Yeah. Probably gonna be making that mistakes quite a good amount of times today. And, you know, the time that I'll be hunting for it. Yep, indeed. Soon another hour has passed indeed, so we'll be having yet another break indeed, as it do be the case indeed. So I'm gonna be checking out if I can be, by quick googling, be figuring out if there is something that is stuck to full odds in the Kalos games. So I'm curious. Don't think that there is too many fossils left to be reviving. On these patches, but as I said, I still don't think that I can be doing another patch. I've been doing that patch. I see, but don't think that I'll be starting another one before the break is indeed. Yeah, I should be needing to be doing one more patch. Oh. Gotta check out one thing real quickly. At that point, yeah. Okay, it would have been the next patch, indeed, if I would have been able to get them done. Yeah, I'm correct with the things. Wanted to make sure indeed. Hmm? Mm. 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 Mhm. Mm. Mm. Seem to be finding anything for that. Well, it do be what it do be indeed. Let's get going then indeed, even though I already did do getting the first Aerodactyl there, but you know, it doesn't really make that a big of a difference. Make that big of a difference indeed, because you know, I'm not gonna be able to check them anyways before, you know, I'm done with all of them anyways. I mean, I can, but I'm not. Because, you know, might as well be checking them all out first and then go to shininess. I suppose, like, I could be doing one thing if I will be getting like nice and quickly done, like maybe 1 or 2 hunts indeed in Soul Silver, and it should be continuing my that I've been doing on my own, the Abra one. Because that's very, like, that's ridiculously quick. If you ever want to be doing indeed easy hunt in old games, you know, one in 8K games, go ahead and do, depending on the game, like what game corner is it, do those. They are stupid quick. The only unfortunate thing is, of course, that you need to be getting points in order to be doing them, but, you know, it's not that bad, honestly, if you ask me. Especially because for most games, there, like, exists kind of a guide, like, what you should be doing. For example, like, if you're doing it in Hard Gold Soul Silver, there is a tracker. That isn't, of course, 100% accurate, but there is a tracker that you can be doing for the Voltorb flip. So, you know, I would be suggesting using that. I mean, if you don't want to, you know, you can always be resetting. It's always an option. Also, a thing that I haven't seen myself that I did find very weird, because I need to be getting a few extra fossils yesterday in Sword, is that I did find it quite weird that I haven't seen it to be happening at all, is that twice the dude did want to be continuing. Since, you know, there is the thing that, you know, it can't be only doing the... It can be only, like, digging so long before the dude gets tired. But I was surprised, you know. I, like, didn't see it a single time before that. I mean, I understand that, you know, that would be a rare thing to be seeing for sure. It makes sense that it would be. Also, another thing that I didn't see but once was that I did get a gold, like, bottle cap, whatever my thing it is. I only received one of them. It was probably the coolest animation because I have never ever seen it in before. I mean, it's not like too special, but it's still like a nice little animation that, you know, you don't see too often. I fit there? No. I'll say also that I'm gonna be positively surprised if I can be finding, you know, something over this weekend. Because I'm most likely gonna be just on tomorrow. Most likely gonna be having, Sunday off indeed. It isn't fully decided yet, but most likely it's the case. There's some things that I could be going ahead and helping on Monday, but the thing is that because it's a small place, that, we need to be going up a stairs with, things. I would be honestly more in the way there, because, usually in staircases there isn't that much room, So I don't think that I was supposed to add that, but anyways. Not the end of the world. But yeah. I would be like fine going ahead and helping there, but the problem is indeed that I would be more in the way than helping. I don't want to nickname it. What are you? Is indeed most likely the situation indeed, but we'll see. We'll see. If I'm gonna be having off day on Monday, I'll be having an off day on Monday instead. But as I also have said, this week's log when it comes to shinies is insane. For me, like, I don't know, should I be happy about it or not? Because it could be meaning that I'm not gonna be getting anything, in like for the fossil week, but you know, what can one be doing with the luck? Though it's a different question. If luck is seeming to be one way, I can't really be changing it. Sometimes you just be lucky a bunch, but I'm still the type of person that I'd rather be having my luck nicely spread out than be having a bunch of luck at once. Other dome there. You know what would have been kind of cool? Or it would be kind of cool in Pokemon games like nowadays still as well. Like imagine if you could be just stacking. You could be stacking, you know, the like eggs and fossils. It could be like saying that do this and this amount at once. You can kind of do it with eggs in Scarlet and Violet, but that's about it. Like imagine if you could be indeed be doing that. I would absolutely love that. Also imagine if you would need to be going ahead and going into a place in order to be getting your fossils revived in Sword and Shield. I mean, the good thing is that, you know, this is relatively close to a teleportation spot, so it's not that bad, but at the same time still. Imagine how annoying that would be. It would be so bad. It's not even funny. I'm predicting that I'm soon done with these as well. Like maybe 2 more or so going about in Sword indeed. This patch is done indeed, yeah. I was quite correct there. Put those up. It's just also full party there as well. Check these out then. Nothing there. Yeah, I still do be hoping also that everyone is having a great day today indeed. You know, hopefully things are going nicely. Indeed. Not the worst day, a little bit tired, but you know, apart from that, still not that bad for myself. Not that bad at all. But oh, I feel like there's gonna be at least 3. As I think about that, I think there's gonna be at least 3 fossils in Legend CA if everything goes as, you know, expected with Mega Evolutions and everything. I think there's gonna be Aerodactyl, because I was kind of thinking how cool would it be to be seeing Aerodactyl to be actually flying, like, in the wild. Imagine how cool that would be. Like, you can kind of be seeing them to be flying in the wild in Sword and Shield, but at the same time it do be very limited. Like, you know, they do be in the wild area there, so you can be seeing them flying about. But like, imagine actually be able to see them be flying in the wild and, you know, maybe even be able to see one shiny as well. It would be so cool indeed. Because the flying Pokemons in Legends Arceus, they were kind of cool. They were mostly, you know, if they were actually like flying about, like high up in the air, they were usually in a very much of a select path. But I still think that they looked quite cool though. Because in Scarlet and Violet they are like more like free roaming for sure. But I don't know, there's something that they are looking kind of disappointing in that game. Like, even though like you can be cool, like it's cool to be seeing them to be flying about. I feel like it's done better in, you know. It's done better indeed in Legends Arceus, the flying for the wild Pokemons. I would definitely like to be seeing that. So one thing I really hope that if we are needing to be having like right Pokemons and we can be choosing them, I really hope that all the right Pokemons in Legends CA are gonna be not fossil, but Pokemons that have like Mega Evolutions. Like, for example, you could be flying with an Aerodactyl. That would be so cool. Absolutely love that to bits. Indeed. Maybe? Could be. Because it's gonna be interesting to be seeing a Pokemon game where there wouldn't be one way or another to be, you know, going from point A to point B that isn't walking. Or with, like, a normal, like, bike. Because I don't think that we're gonna be going back to, like, normal bike ever again. Which it would be a good thing, of course. We don't need to be going back to, like, regular old bikes. Like, Sword and Shield is, like, the closest thing, but it is technically a Pokemon. It's technically a Pokemon, indeed. Even though don't look like it the most, but it do be. Would it be funny? I've always been like to be joking about it that would it be funny that at some point we would be having a Pokemon game that, you know, no matter what we do, we can be getting shinies? Because I kind of feel like that even though it's quite unlikely, it could happen at some point. I doubt it highly, but you know, it is the case that nothing is really impossible indeed. Also, a reminder, if you haven't hydrated in a little bit, I would be suggesting to be hydrating, you know. It will be important to be keeping, you know, that kinds of things be going on. It do be indeed. So remember to be doing that indeed. Every once in a while. Oh. Didn't I just read? Either I'm that far in front or I'm that late. I'm guessing that I'm that much in front. Am I that late? Check. No, I'm just that much late in the other game. Not that much, but you know, still a little bit. Yeah, I'm indeed correct. Edit that up. Um. Check these out then, indeed. Let me think. Sure. Um, yes. Check these out then, indeed. I wasn't just expecting that it would be happening like that. The sword would be in quotes a little bit late. As I said, it's not by like at all actually, but it's just it did caught me off guard indeed. I've checked him. Let's reset it then indeed. Well, we move on indeed then. EEST. I don't know, it happens. Happens indeed. We might be able to. I mean, one at least. I'm kind of thinking that we could be doing 2 more sets before we're gonna be having the next break indeed. But, you know, happens if happens indeed. Also, I feel like in any game, it should be always the case, indeed, that if you are having having the button B or something else to be an immediate no, I think it should always be saying no straight away. Because some games, they do be like kind of weird in a way that some games do be kind of weird in a way indeed that that you know, you press P and then it doesn't count as a no, and then when you're trying to be pressing A, then you know it counts as, you know, the B. It's kind of annoying. I mean, of course, if you play the game a bunch, you know, you get used to it, but I think it should be the case that for, you know, if B is if B is a no answer, it should always be an automatic no. Because there has been a few times for me that I've been, you know, playing games and it's not the situation, and, you know, it do be getting kind of frustrating indeed. Also, I will say that one thing I would be hoping that would have been the case always in Pokemon games is that B is, you know, if you say, if you press B in the nicknaming thing, it would also always be cancelling it. I think that should have been always the case. I'm asking for a much from like quite an old game indeed, but you know, should have been, should have been. But I will say one thing I hope that doesn't return ever is that when you go to the nicknaming thing, it shows the Pokemon's like name. You know, in the case that, you know, in Scarlet and Violet, when you do be catching a Pokemon in the wild, it's gonna be, you know, displaying its entire name there first. I hate that feature. And I think it shouldn't be a feature. I think you should always be, like, if you're nicknaming your Pokemon, it always should be a plank. Yo, you found a Cortana, let's go. Let's go, congrats. Could have loved that indeed. Are you already going for another target, or are you taking a break from Dynamax Adventures? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, to be fair, if you enjoy doing, things, then, it doesn't matter, but for me, it's not the case. How so? Did you get 2-in-1 then? Or Dynamics Adventure, whatever my thing. So are you gonna be going for, like, I don't remember, did I ask you ever, but are you gonna be going for living decks? Or are you just gonna be getting some and then leave it there? Yeah, that tends to happen. Oh, I'm done there. Well, good luck then if you're gonna be going for it, because there is, for example, these funny fossils that are full odds. Yeah, sure. There's thankfully quite a good amount of ways to be tackling them down indeed. It's really a wrong way to be going about it. And also, before anyone asks as well, you can be seeing if it's shiny on the revival screen. I just like to double check. Be seeing them indeed in there. You can be seeing, usually you can be seeing most things like that. Like, are they shiny on those kinds of screens? It doesn't work for everything though, but for most things it does. Ooh, good luck with that then. Sounds definitely shiny alpha dex is gonna be something. Are you doing Solgaleo? Is that what you're meaning? Nice. I'm doing that as well, whenever I'm doing Dynamax Adventures. Because I want to be starting with, like, kind of the trios that at least one of them is impossible to be getting otherwise as shiny. Then move on to other ones. Nice. Yeah, Solgaleo is also nice and easy. I mean, I like to say that anything after like Xerneas and Zygarde is gonna be feeling like a cakewalk. I guess it's just those two are one of the more annoying ones in Dynamax Adventures. And there is surprisingly large amount of legendaries in Gen 7. I like more that they have what they have tried to be doing nowadays, that there is less like legendaries. Some games are better with that than others, I will say that much. But I'd rather be having fewer legendaries and, you know, have them to be feeling more special than be having tons of them per generation. It's interesting. I don't know, it of course happens like that. Depends on your luck and stuff. Anything can be easy, anything can be hard. It's Dynamax Adventures. But there is some that are like said that they are hard just because of their moveset or how hard it is to be getting Pokemons that do be like hitting them hard enough. But I wouldn't say that Zygarde itself was hard, it just was, you know, paths weren't optimal, but you know, it happens. But it's more rewarding to me to be doing random paths instead of, you know, ones that are always gonna be winning. Nice. Did you have safe paths for it? Yeah, well then it's easy. If you have said pass, then it's very easy, but I didn't do it, so you know. Makes it for me harder for that reason. I mean, it just depends. Do you get ice types and like other things? If you get bad Pokemons, then you know you get bad Pokemons, of course. Like, if you just get, like, let's say all to be fire types, it's like, it's kind of game over. Because, like, they can't be doing that much. And also gets absolutely destroyed by the ground moves. But yeah, it depends. It's just, there is like technically some that are harder than others. Just based on their movesets. And typing. Sometimes even both. Usually only one of them. But it is what it is. I'm fine, you know, with Animex Adventures being hard. I'm expecting them to be hard. Chinchino is a very good Pokemon, honestly. It's insane. Porygon I have always liked in Dynamax Adventures because it has variety of moves. It has been helping out with other ones as well. Even though I've only done Gen 6 legendaries there, but still. But also... never be underestimating power of Serene Grey's Dunsparce. Those freezes could be coming very handy indeed. Yeah, I know. It is thanks to its ability mostly, but yeah. Like, if it wouldn't be having the ability that it has, it wouldn't be so good. And because, like, put another Pokemon that has triple Axle, it's not gonna be doing as much damage because Zygarde's physical defense is so high. That's why you should be going always for special checkers instead. If you have the choice. Because it's a lot easier to be destroying, can be going even without going into big mode. I mean, that's also like down to luck. Do you get crits annoyingly that will be destroying that and stuff, but you know. Happens. Yeah. But like, if you're actually talking about it, two of the most, like, the best ones are for Zygarde are Chinks and Cryogonal. They're two one of the best ones. But yeah, it happens. But yeah, I will say that for me, Zygarde isn't itself the hardest Dynamax Adventure legendary. For me, the hardest was Xerneas so far. Because you just can't be. There isn't that many steel and poison type moves that are with good Pokemons. And there is its only two weaknesses. Yeah. Should be everything checked. Yeah. You could just remember that they are kind of a pain. And also remember that they are always stuck to full odds. Even if you would be having charm. Oh. Maybe. Maybe I could. I mean, is it anything new that I would be forgetting to be adding the counter? To be fair, I only be doing it once per reset. Because I'm adding it up by 25 each time. I'm gonna be doing a few more before we're gonna be going into a break. Probably all that I can do then. I don't know. Well, that's fixed at least. It's so weird because correct yesterday, but anyways. The end of the world. I'm trying to be checking out, but I don't think that I did forget to be adding the encounter. $400, 125, I mean. If I go... Yeah! Have a great rest of the day, thanks for stopping by and good luck with Solgaleo then. Yeah, it takes about 10 minutes to do one. Yeah, well, if it is incorrect, it's incorrect. It doesn't matter that much anyways. But yeah, appreciate you indeed stopping by. I tried to be checking like when you did join in, but I'm pretty sure I have added them both. Because I would be doubting that I could be doing 150 checks in 1 hour. So, like, that is, like, what got me questioning that. But yeah, I did double check, so... I'm gonna check it anyways, like, later today. Just to be sure, but it's just easier to be doing it after a stream. But it's just 125 is kind of the max that I can be doing in an hour. So that would have been from last hour, would have been 150, and I doubt it a little bit, but could be. Probably gonna be going for at least another hour today. Maybe a little bit more. We'll see what we are at when we do be hitting there. To be seeing that indeed. In any way, it should be correct because, yeah. Some other things, because I should be like doing the same amount of resets per hour per game. Because they're 15 on one, 25 on the other, but you know. It's always, of course, nice if people are checking it out. Am I correct on my counters? How are you doing, Dharma Nancy? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. You doing indeed. Also, did you ever be getting, since you want to be getting a big Pikachu or Raichu specifically, did you ever get it, or are you still looking for one? Remember that you were going for one of those, indeed. Mhm. Mhm. Mm. Okay, that is done. Assuming second to last old amber there as well. No, there's actually 2 more to be. Actually, it is second to last. I was thinking that the ones that I did pick up was second to last, but I mean, I have 2 more to be going. Getting those up indeed. Mm. Mm. Should keep it first. Aerodactyl, nothing there. About in here. Just double checking, of course, because I can see them. There we go. What do you... I was thinking to be doing a little bit of a shorter one today, maybe, you know, no, do like last time. Maybe not as long as last time, you know. Maybe a little bit shorter compared to that. Most likely, indeed. But yeah. I was about thinking like maybe 5.5-ish hours today. See though, we'll see. Don't want to be exhausting myself, of course. So, you know, good amount of progress indeed. Good amount of progress indeed. Also, it kind of begs the question as well that since, you know, Cinnabore Island did kind of be getting destroyed in like when we did move the Chodo games. It kind of begs the question, why did we need like the laboratory on there anyways? I suppose then you would be getting access to the fossils too early. But I don't really know, you don't really be getting access to them that early. Because, you know, you need to be having caught in order to be getting Aerodactyl in the Kanto games. And, you know, getting access to the Cinnabore. I mean, it is later, definitely, but honestly, wouldn't that be too bad if the Peter, like, museum, whatever my place is? Wouldn't be that bad if it always would have been the place to be restoring the fossils in Kanto. Also, I kind of get it that there isn't a place in Chodo, but it wouldn't have been really be hurting if there would have been a place in Chodo as well. It could have been the case that there could have been like a place both in Kanto and in Chodo, like there is for some. It could have been definitely, in my opinion, could have been two places. I guess does it really hurt? It's just like, you know, would be making sense. I mean, you know, Chodo in itself doesn't have any fossils. So, you know, I get it. Also, Cat is probably gonna be coming to the table soon. Based on what it's doing. As usual, I can be making your room if you need to. Be in here, buddy. Oh, don't fossil now. Oh. Keep pressing that button. It's the wrong button indeed. What are you? What are you doing indeed? I feel like we do be getting Cat to the table soon. Yeah, there she goes. Just don't destroy the camera this time. All I'm asking for. Destroy everything, please. Mandatory cat break, since you never know what she's up to. You can be on the table, you have a space there. Yeah, you just can't really be pressing any buttons, even though you can be really messing anything up. The worst thing that you can honestly be doing is that you will be saying yes to a nickname. That's literally the worst thing that you can be doing. And I can easily be exiting out of it. I mean, it probably doesn't do well to the Joy-Con if you're licking it. I don't think that it can really be breaking it, because you would need to be licking quite a bit in order for you to be doing that. But I still don't think that it's the best thing for it, though. Pretty good. That is going away as well. He wasn't too interested in being on the table today. She hasn't been too much lately because I've been quite mean, because I've been, like, yesterday I was doing, like, you know, the layout and stuff. I didn't let her to be on the table. She didn't really like it, but you know, she couldn't be on the table because I couldn't be making anything. If she would have been taking all the space that I have. We try to be making the layout indeed. Yeah, yesterday, by the way, wasn't the cat's day as well. She was like in the case that she was in the wrong place at wrong time so many times yesterday. You know, things falling down and stuff. I don't know, happens indeed. What can one do indeed? Sometimes you do, but just having one of those days indeed that everything definitely goes against you. Happens indeed. Check out those pterodactyls then. Be making, you know, and to be in a little bit different position, so wouldn't be getting that much hurt. You know, try to be resting the Joy-Con on the table instead of like putting it on my hands. Because the thing is that if I have a Joy-Con on my hand, I most likely will be using thumb as the you know, the finger that will be doing selections and stuff. It just feels natural, you know. If I'm like letting it rest on the table, I will be using other ones. It's kind of like the situation that sometimes you don't really think about the button layout if you're playing like certain games. You're just, you know, doing the correct things. And sometimes when you do be switching a controller, it can be feeling odd. For me, it's the thing that if I will be playing on a controller, I'm more thinking like, what is the controller that I'm holding on to, rather than no. Yeah, it's more that like what controller I'm like handing on to. Like I'm like, if I will be playing on like, you know, Joy-Cons that have different layouts to other controllers. Indeed, I'm like can be quite confused. Be getting quite confused indeed. Just went on with those then. It can be very hard to be, you know, thinking that, you know, if I don't switch the layout and I'm using like another controller, to be getting used to, you know, things. Thankfully, it usually doesn't happen. I usually don't play, you know, games in two different like controllers, like the same game. I usually just play with one, so it isn't that bad. You know, things happen indeed. Happen indeed. I'm assuming that that was the last one. Nice. Those up. Set those then. Time to check out. It's in here indeed. So I was about to say that probably went a little bit over. It's fine. It is kind of weird though, even though Sword and Shield. They definitely are one of the games that I do be playing, you know, the most. But at the same time, I don't really hear that much about the title music. I suppose because I'm not really spending that much time on the title screen, but still. Like, I usually skip out on it. It's not like it's bad or anything as well, it's just... I never get really around to be checking it out. Oh, I forgot. The old Amber. Also, it's kind of interesting as well that only the small machine can be doing all of this thing. To be fair, in the older games, it's not like there really is any device there half of the time. Sometimes it's just, you know, a computer. Sometimes it's just a computer, indeed. What they are using, indeed. Quite a good amount of magics they can be doing, for sure. You play some magical creatures, but somehow it seems like they are pulling, you know, things out of thin air, indeed. Sometimes you do be feeling like that, indeed. I will say that the Fossil Maniac is one of the few, like, old classes that I kind of be missing. Because there's always a kind of, like, very nice look to them. There's some other ones as well, like bug catchers, for example, like, why did they stop appearing? It's not like bugs aren't, like, kind of everywhere, you know? So, you know, why couldn't there be bug catchers still? understand that, you know, in some games there might be like in its own like special like classes for Pokemon trainers, and I don't mind it. It's just there's also some that definitely could be in more games. Game crashed. About to say that it takes a ridiculous amount of time. Is this the problem, that if the game crashes and it, you know, goes to that, it wants to be activating the camera straight away? Pressing down the buttons indeed. Hasn't happened in a long time that that game has crashed like that. There we go. Although we might have been losing out on some Pokemons, but you know, it happens. What can one do? Yeah, I haven't had like Soul Silver to be crashing like that in ages. I don't even remember when was the last time that it actually did do that. Because they usually don't crash like that. It's always scary when it happens though. It will be always scary when it happens, you know. I don't know what it is about it. Every single time that any game crashes, it's always scary. Because the thing is that most of the time you're not gonna be losing out on your progress. This is the time indeed. Gonna write one thing down. Like, I was literally just about to be pulling it up and seeing what's going on there. Happens. As long as the save file is there, you know. And will be good indeed. I'm still so glad that I haven't been losing a save file in Pokemon games like that. And you know, the game crashes. Only ever you lost files if it's, you know, in the device itself, the save file. Not, you know, in a cartridge. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably gonna be happening at some point. It's just the unfortunate truth indeed. Most likely gonna be happening at some point indeed. Need to be prepared for it indeed. Oh, it's stone fossil now. To check then. You know, if it starts to be happening, then I'll be investigating. Like, if it starts to be a problem a bunch of times, then I, start to be investigating what's going on. But as long as it, happens every, 10 years situation, then, I don't care. As I said, I have a hard time to be remembering when that has happened the last time. Like, usually it's when I'm booting up the game, it's usually not when I'm, like, loading the save file. Then, might be crashing in there, but... Thankfully, it'll be relatively fast to be set up again, indeed. Could I have done it myself as well, accidentally? Yeah. You never know when you're accidentally pressing wrong buttons. Again, nicknaming an Aerodactyl a bunch of A's. S1B. We're soon going to be having reset situation in both games, though. Having that indeed. Soon we as well, indeed. Have some left, maybe 2. I would like to say 2 Dragosolds. Yeah, plus 1 once again when I'm thinking that it's 2. Probably not that many in Soul Silver left. 1 at least. Get out of the building then. Is there another one that I need to be doing? Send out it was 1 more. So let's check out the Aerodactyls then and then double check the other ones. I put that already to ready mode. There we go, let's see. $700 would be kind of cool to be hitting today on the what is it, the thingamathing called Arctosold in Dracosold and Arctosold. Arctosold is the ice one. Be very nice indeed. Maybe that's gonna be my goal. We'll see though, we'll see. We get there if we get there, if we don't, we don't. It's easy as that. I don't know, feel like stopping, then I'll be stopping indeed. Not, pushing myself. As no one should. Shiny hunting is still supposed to be fun. If don't feel like doing it, then don't. I think only a total of one time. Yeah. To be fair, I don't know if there has been ever a shiny hunt that I've been stressing about. Maybe sometimes with the capture, but overall, if I know that I can be losing a shiny in a way that I'm hunting, I'm like, it happens if it happens, what can one do? Things happen indeed. Game crashes, it is out of my control. Even in some games like Scarlet and Violet and Legends Arceus, if the game decides to be crashing before you can be saving, it's just gone. And quite a good amount of times you can rehunt it. There's only very few times where you can't be rehunting things, but they are very rare indeed. That was the last one there. Check out. No further. I don't want to be doing anything. Don't fossil next, so I don't want to be doing anything. I do be quite impressed by people that can be doing like Dynamax adventures for like 12 hours straight. Because, I mean, have I done long ones in there myself? Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think so. Because if I ever will be like actually planning on doing like a long stream, I probably will be doing a bunch of different kinds of hunts. I don't know, it is always the case that it really depends. Sometimes you just feel like doing something and you just don't even realize that time is going, but most likely I would like to say that I want to be doing something else as well. I don't even know how long I have been seeing people to be hunting for something like Arceus, like PDSB 1 specifically. Because it just gets kind of a... it kind of gets indeed after a while. That's why I will be doing some other hunts while I'm doing that, because I can't be doing just soft resets on my thing. Might be the last old emperor from this reset. Like it would be. Just check out there. Yeah, it was indeed the last one. Nice. Wonder if there is gonna be thunderstorm today because it's rainy. Could be though the random ones at this time of year that just kind of appear out of nowhere and then just last for 5 minutes and are gone. I completely got like the cloud is gone. Mind it though. Don't mind it at all. I will say that one thing that is annoying about rain is that it gets a little humid and that can be getting annoying. But apart from that, it's not that bad. Because I can't be waiting until it's a little less humid, you know. Try to be having something like chips out for more than like a day and they are like completely gone. I'll be doing those in a little bit once I do the next resets. How are you doing yourself? Hope you're having a good day. Don't be having too many left anymore. Either of the games. Nice. And that's the last one over there. One or two more to go over here. Pterodactyls. I keep nicknaming them a bunch. Yeah, that was the last one. Check out. Then double checking. the dudes. Oh. And how hydrated and stretched there. A few more are gonna be receiving, then we're gonna be having a break indeed. As yet another hour has passed. I could technically be getting one reset done in Soul Silver, but doubt it a little bit. We'll see, we'll see. It would be quite funny if the scientists would be having something special to be saying when it's shiny. But then again, why would they? It would be quite funny though if they would be having something special that they say. Because it is quite strange that no one is ever saying anything about Chinese. I mean, there is some, but very rarely it's the case that a random NPC is knowing what a shiny is. You know, I understand that they are rare, but at the same time, like, in the case of these scientists, it's not like they wouldn't be seeing that it's shiny, you know? At least, according to my knowledge, they are handing it to me. Oh, this dude is looking a little weird, kind of a situation. It doesn't need to be that much. I can do, indeed. One check on Aerodactyls. Can be doing even a little bit more, actually. I don't think it's enough time for another full check, so where do that be? But yeah, I don't know why is it so strange to me still that why isn't there more version exclusive more version exclusive fossils in Sword and Shield? Because as far as I'm aware of, every single fossil has been, you know, a version exclusive. I'm not really counting the third games, because usually the third games can be working a little differently. Like, I'm pretty sure in Emerald you can be getting both. But in, like, normal situations, they're usually version exclusives. Which kind of makes sense, but at the same time, not really. Like, I understand that, you know, like, kind of every game is in its own universe. But, the other ones still kind of exist. Because you can be getting it into your game. But it do be what it do be. Strange for sure. I'm gonna try to squeeze in more checks of Dragon Souls. I think it's fairly doable. Probably gonna be one away to be checking as well the Aerodactyl. Would be just my luck if it would be like that indeed. And do one more. Then I'm gonna be stopping for the break indeed. I'm gonna check these since they are ready. It's just about able to do them. Nice. Another nice 100 there on them. It's quite funny to be seeing a fire monkey to be spawning in Pokemon Go. It's raining so much right now. Who's letting it to be there? Who allowed that? For a fire monkey? Let's continue then. Yeah. I'll see if I can be getting into Indeed to 700. If can't, then you know, it do be what it do be. Gonna be having soon-ish resets though in both games. I mean, I just literally did do one in Soul Silver, but it doesn't take that long anyways. As I said, it's about 10 minutes, give it or take, to be doing one reset on Switch, so... Can be like 10 minutes is absolute minimum. Maybe like closely actually like 15. Which isn't too bad. It is definitely slow compared to other hunts, but not by that much. I actually, by the way, do it, or... Then we press B instead at some point. I wonder how interesting of a hunt this would be, by the way, to be playing on a grayscale. Because you can be, it's a Switch setting. I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't be that bad because, you know, I would be double checking them anyways, but... I wonder, could you be telling it apart? Because sometimes with the grayscale you can be telling it apart even though the shiny wouldn't be the... Like, even though the shiny wouldn't be the most noticeable thing ever. It could be, you know, easily be seen. It could be also taking absolutely ages. And no, not be able to understand that it's there. Oh, that's done then. Probably need 2 more on Soul Silver though. Oh, it's only 1 more. I was thinking that it would be 2 more. By the way, I hate when I'm trying to be exiting out of the Pokemon thing. And it doesn't let me, because... I need to be pressing B twice, and I'm only want to be pressing it once. I need to be getting out of both of the menus. There we go, that's the last Aerodactyl there. As usual, check those first. Nope. Let's check out these. There we go. I will say though, one thing that I'm like, all things considered, about fossils, I've kind of did talk about this earlier. I'm quite surprised that that the fossils at the beginning, they take like a whole day to be reviving. To be fair, it's not like Pokemon did have like really way to be keeping track of time that well in the beginning, but I could have definitely be seeing it to be the case, because quite a good amount of Nintendo games did do that in the beginning, that, you know, things did take like an actual day to be getting done. I know that, you know, the games are of course made by like different companies and whatever's, but still. I'm positively surprised indeed. Just imagine if it would have been taking a day. To be fair, it does take a day to be making the Apricot Pokeballs or whatever things. It does take a day to be making those. But at least I will say that much, you can be doing more than one at a time, so like it isn't that bad. You know, you can do 20 at a time if you want to. It's nothing stopping you from doing that, so it's at least like, it's nice in that way for sure. Definitely very nice indeed. Just could you imagine waiting a one day, like, and it's always gonna be, one. I mean, to be fair, most likely, like, people didn't use it that much. I don't know, if you want to be getting, like, kind of Pokemons in special Pokeballs, it's the only way indeed. And if you don't want to be, you know, doing that much. It is an absolute pain, though, to be try to be getting the materials for them, but, you know, at least, you know, there is, for quite a good amount of them, there is multiple different trees that you can be doing it from, so it isn't that bad. It isn't that bad at all. And it could be worse situation. Because I will say, in most situations, things could be always worse. Things could be worse indeed. I got an Aerodactyl? Is that the last Aerodactyl that I need to be getting, or is that the second last? Might be the second last then. Can you believe that there is Pokemons? Shockers. That was the one, right? Let's check it out. Don't know why again. Specifically, one Pokemon Center music is in my head, and it's specifically the one that you know that Bianca do be showing to you, like how Poké Center works. The black chew or white chew. It's one of those songs that for whatever reason I almost never listen to it, but it's just like it's just stuck in my head. And then you're like, why? It's not like it's a bad music or anything, but it's just like, it's sort of like I play that much. I guess, you know, I haven't really been playing in the Gen 5 games that much, so it's interesting. Imagine if you would need to be paying, by the way, every single time that you enter the Peter Museum in order to be restoring the Pokemons. That would be fun. Wouldn't it? Would need to be paying every single time like 50 or what it was. Originally, I don't remember. 50 is kind of like in my mind that it would be that, because I remember that it's 500 for the Safari Zone. It would be making sense. It's still like a bunch of money for sure, but video games are usually quite expensive if you actually start to think about it. Then again, to be fair, most video games, they don't want to be having like cents and whatnot, so it kind of makes sense that things are quite expensive. There we go. Am I checking the summary for you? Because I can. You know what? I think I'm not gonna be pushing myself. I'm gonna be doing only one more reset on, or like this reset on Sword. I'll leave it there then. I can be doing more tomorrow anyways. It there. As nice as it would be going into 700. I'm pushing myself. You know, it's still gonna be like still like 5.5 hours what I want to be doing today anyways. Maybe tomorrow I can be getting a little bit earlier start and we'll be doing more. We'll see. Alright. Still a pretty good amount of progress though. Almost gonna be getting to 400 on Soul Silver. Ain't too bad. Even though my fingers are a little bit hurting because the D-pad is annoying, but I'm sure if it starts to bother me too much, I can be finding a way to be making the D-pad to be bigger. Like, it doesn't need to be like that much, it's just like, if there wouldn't be that many sharp edges, it would be like fine. So, sharp edges of the D-pad. I could technically be using the circle pad, but it doesn't really help that much when you need to be so precise. And you're way too much better to be switching it to be in the running mode indeed. Resetting, I see. I see how it is. But I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else to be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something. But still do be remembering that progress to obey progress no matter what. Whatever time you have to be doing things is good. Also, I didn't exit the building, I just did go to the door. Unfortunately, it doesn't count. Yeah. You know, have the time that you have, you know. You'll be getting there one day, whatever your target is. Get there indeed. I will say though that one hunt that I feel like is gonna be taking ages for me is gonna be Arceus. Whenever I decide to be doing, I feel like that is gonna be a hunt that is gonna be taking a while. Not time-wise, but encounter-wise. Because, you know, I don't really count time and, you know, it's PTSP, so it's a little unfair in that. So yeah. Because wouldn't it be funny to be going like to 20k? Wouldn't be funny like that. Because honestly, I don't mind it. If it's the only way currently to be getting it legit, I don't mind it. Would I be doing it in another way? Probably. It is indeed one of those things that I know that a bunch of people are, as I said before, just getting the item on Gen 4, which by the way hasn't ever been released. I don't want to do that. Since there is an actual, like, legit way to be getting it, I'm not gonna be doing that. And that kind of goes for me with any shiny that if it's not a legit shiny, I don't really care to be getting it. Like, if I can't be getting it in the games normally, I don't care. As nice as it, you know, would be to be having a shiny living dex, but it's just at the moment it's impossible to be getting some, and as I said, I don't really like to be including Pokemon Go paid things there. They're technically legit, but at the same time they don't really feel like it. Like, I would be fine with, like, the Deoxys, for example, if I would be getting it there. But it's not like it's, like, a guaranteed shiny. And it's not like you're specifically paying for it, because, like, something like Deoxys you could technically do without paying. Because, you know, it might be just taking a longer time, but, you know, there is... You'd be doing at least once per day free. So... Might be taking a while, but, you know... It'll be worth it indeed. And also, if Pokemon is only available in the DLC, I don't really feel like I'm paying for the Pokemon, because, you know, I'm playing the DLC anyways. I don't feel like I'm paying for any specific Pokemon in that. Because I was going to be most likely buying it anyway, so, like, a shiny is a bonus. And usually it's the case that, especially if it comes down to the legendary, it's locked anyways. And that would be the only one that I could be considering myself to be paying for. There is the exceptions of Dynamax Adventures, and there some legendaries are available as shiny, where they normally can't be anywhere else. It's, you know, a little different, indeed. There we go, that's the last one that we did check there. Not getting any more today. See any Aerodactyls left to be collecting? Yes, there is at least one. Maybe there is even two. getting those anyways. $150 and $390. Not too bad for, you know, 5.5 hours if you ask me. Not too bad at all. Let's double check these and then we do be done for the day. Not move. Number. Thank you. Doesn't seem like anything there, indeed. But that's pretty good. Even though it doesn't really matter, we could be definitely hitting tomorrow Shiny Charm mods on the Rego Sold. It doesn't make any difference because Shiny Charm doesn't affect these, and even if it did, I don't have it. So yeah, that's pretty good, indeed. But yeah, thank you so much for watching and sticking around, indeed. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow with more of this. Until then, bye!